Stop. No. It was supposed to be a dramatic intro, and then it just went on to immediately to the next song. To the very next song. Hello, everyone. How you doing today? You having a good time? You having a fun time? Are you having a good, fun time? Hopefully. It seems some people are. I picked some instrumental music today because I didn't feel like singing. I wasn't quite sure. Today's a weird mood. And I didn't realize we had so many Dream Theater fans in the audience. We started with Cliffs of Dover by Eric Johnson. One of the best, like, guitar kind of songs. What was it? It's, I think the genre of music is actually called Guitar Hero. But if you say it's a good Guitar Hero song, people think it's from Guitar Hero, which, to be fair, that song was also in Guitar Hero. But it's part of a genre of music called Guitar Hero, where basically it's just like a lot of solos, a lot of like guitar really taking the lead for the entire song, usually little or no vocals. And then we did Dance of Eternity by Dream Theater, which is one of their instrumental songs. And Dream Theater is what you would call a prog rock, prog metal, perhaps, to some people. Which stands for progressive rock or progressive metal, which is not... You hear progressive and people think like, oh, so they're like woke metal. And, I mean, sometimes they are, but it has nothing to do with the content of the lyrics. And everything to do with, like, the advanced... like, instrumentation involved. A lot of prog rock songs will be like 6 to 12 minutes. Oftentimes they can have like full, like songs that are a full album that have like multiple suites of stuff. Kind of like borderline experimental at times. Wojciech, the Artillery Bear, thank you for the prime hype. Prog metal, highly technical ability, yeah. And Dance of Eternity is known specifically for, like, I think there's like 108 time signature changes in it. They do a whole lot of, like, they're like, no, we are not keeping the same beat. Like, if you're a drummer, it's like a master class, and like, I hope you're fine with changing the beat every 6 seconds or so. This part of the song is an 11/8 time. Actually, let me look up the exact number here real quick. How many time signatures in Dance of Eternity? Let's see, there's the AI thing, but I can't trust that. Let's look at what... Oh. Here's a nice thing. It'll probably get cut out of the VOD, but it'll be neat to look at on... No, don't tell me the video's not available anymore.
Further, there was a...
Let's... Window capture. Yeah, this is the drummer for Dream Theater.
Section towards the end of this that got absolutely out of hand with odd time signatures, and this is the actual chart for it. And what I'm going to do is actually count through this section of the song with you, so you could see exactly all of the odd time signatures that are constantly shifting and changing. And this was the actual chart that I used to help me get through the recording of this song. It wasn't easy. So we're going to play through it's sort of the end of the instrumental of the Dance of Eternity, and I'm going to just point along and count out loud and see if you could sort of follow all of the different odd time signatures as we go along. Walk with us, if you will, through the nightmare which we call the Dance of Eternity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You get the idea, chat. This thing goes on for a while. And again, I don't know if you don't know as much about drumming, if that's like as impressive. But you have to understand, right? You have to understand that, like, as someone who plays the drums, 90% of songs are like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. You got 4 beats to a measure. You know, let me just think. What's a clear, or they're either 4 or 2, you know? What's a Creedence Clearwater like? I see up at a moon horizon. 1 2 1 2. I see troubles on the way. 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. I see hurricanes and lightning. Very, very simple stuff. And even like, you know, a lot of songs that might sound complex on drums, oftentimes they're doing a lot of stuff, but they're doing it on that, like, that time. So example, Drumeo, yeah, I've heard of Drumeo. I'm trying to think of, if you've ever heard Some Nights by Fun. You know, some nights we stay up, cashing in our bad luck. Some nights I call it a draw. That has like a crazy, like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, it's got all these, like, crazy drums and toms, but it's still like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Like, you're just doing it in measures of 4. You're just adding in more stuff. So to have a song be like, you know, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5, like, to change the number of beats up it's a little crazy. It's a little tricky. Thoughts on Danny Carey? I don't know who that is. I've seen a little time signature stuff with 8-bit drummer. Oh, the drummer of Tool. I could never get into Tool. Tool, it's weird because there's certainly some songs from Dream Theater that I would say, like, they're trying too hard. You know, it stops being fun to listen to, and it starts just being like they're just trying to show off with funny Pardon me. They're just trying to show off with funny number. And that's what, like, a lot of Tool sounds like to me. It doesn't have the cadence of, like, a song I can really, like, vibe with. The musical knowledge is overwhelming. Yeah, and it's one of those things I always... What was it? There's an old saying, and I wish I could remember it exactly, but it's like, the more you know you don't know. You know? Which is like, there's basically like 3 stages of learning. There's, I don't know anything. There's, I think I know everything. There's, I've learned enough to realize that I only have a small portion of the knowledge available. And so I'll be like, I'm not an expert, but I do have more knowledge than, like, I think most people do. And then there's like an actual expert. Where are you singing the World Cup song? I don't think I'm singing it anywhere. If you're asking, was I singing the World Cup song? No. I don't know the World Cup song. Yeah, and there's the, what was it? I think it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's like the people who are the most confident about stuff are often the least knowledgeable about it, because they're the people at like that second step. The people who have learned like one thing and then are like, oh, I'm an expert on this. Let me tell you everything. And it turns out they have very, very little knowledge. And his stupid ideas are on another level. Tool is one of my favorite bands. Yeah, I mean, I can't hate on Tool. They're just not quite for me. It's also often used to describe things it does not describe, sadly. Yeah, it's basically the relation of, like, confidence to how much knowledge you have, right? What was the name of the song you were singing? Some Nights by Fun. I think that's what you're talking about. Knows just enough to be dangerous, yeah. And that's, I guess I should say, some of you might have noticed I'm like 20 minutes late or whatever to stream. Normally I would start a bit earlier. And that's because some stuff happened today in the realm of politics that just like it has to be one of the stupidest fucking things I've seen in years. And I'm sorry to the people who just come for Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, I'm going to have to rant about this a little bit because it's so fucking absurd. And it's an excellent example of Dunning-Kruger in action. But for those of you who are not interested in this, you know, come back in like a half an hour or whatever. We should hopefully be done by then. But I have to talk about this because it's just like one of the most absurd things I've seen. Let me see if I can find it. Who comes to Hardleg for Yu-Gi-Oh? Some people, apparently. There's always a couple people. Time to change the title of your stream. Hopefully this doesn't go, but it's just one of those things like, I have to talk to someone about this. And you're all I have at the moment,
Donald
Chad.
Trump.
Because it's just crazy. And I'm gonna pull up this video. I actually don't usually like these guys, but it's kind of interesting here, just chatting. Yeah, can I change to just chatting? With the text speech. Political rants with a Yu-Gi-Oh background. Yeah, we're still on Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, so I just saw this video from Midas Touch, which I'm not sure I would trust them the most. They definitely have more of a, or they definitely have, like, a pretty extreme bias at times. And they put out, like, 3 videos a day. But what's been kind of interesting is this video, I was like, oh, what do they have to say about this? Because I saw it on another news thing. And the guy basically doesn't give any commentary. Like, the whole video is just him like, now look at this clip. And then he's just like, shakes his head. He's like, now look at this clip. So if you don't know, Trump and Pete Hegseth, who is the leader of the Department of War, they had a big meeting where they brought all the generals in the United States, like, in person up to Virginia to give them, like, a speech. And this is not usually done, especially in modern day. Normally, like, if you need to deliver some kind of message to everyone, you do it with, like, a Zoom call, essentially. You know, you can do it remotely. There's no reason to make the generals who are stationed in, like, Alabama and California and, like, all the way down in like, the Marshall Islands or whatever, fly up here to do this in person. The epitome of this could have been an email. So you have to understand, they wanted this, you know, they wanted this to have the weight of this is not an email. Or even outside of the, yeah. Some of these people came in from outside of the United States.
This is what he says. Here, listen for yourself. Play this clip.
What they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, They're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in.
Then Donald.
So if you didn't get that, he basically got all of the generals in the army together to be like, hey, we're fighting a war against some of the American people. Or I think it might have been against immigrants. But it's this idea of like, yeah, you know, we're going to have to send the military in to Chicago, into all these blue states. It's like, that's fucking worrying just by itself.
This clip.
To use an old term, I think we should maybe start thinking about battleships, by the way. You know, we have a Secretary of the Navy. He came to me because I look at the Iowa out in California, and I look at different ships and the old pictures. I used to watch Victory at Sea. I love Victory at Sea. Look at these admirals. It's got to be your all-time in black and white. When I look at those ships, they came with the destroyers alongside of them, and man, nothing was going to stop. They were 20 deep, and they were in a straight line, and there was nothing going to stop them. And we actually talk about, you know, those ships. Some people would say, no, that's old technology. I don't know. I don't think it's old technology when you look at those guns, but it's something we're actually considering, the concept of battleship. Nice 6-inch side, solid steel, not aluminum that melts if it looks at a missile coming at it. It starts melting as the missile's about 2 miles away. Now, those ships, they don't make them that way anymore, but you look at it, and your secretary likes it, and I'm sort of open to it. And bullets are a lot less expensive than missiles. A lot of reasons. I should take a vote, but I'm afraid to take that vote because I may get voted out on that one. But I tell you, it's something we're seriously considering. There were powers. There were big powers. They were just about as mean and scary as you could be. And so we're looking at that.
Then Donald Trump starts talking about the N-word, which he says is nuclear.
But he doesn't put them side by side, but there's a part later on where he's like, I've seen them. I've seen these stealth battleships, and they're not aesthetically pleasing. What happened to the old iron warships with the big 6-inch guns? I've already started like, he seems to be saying that what they're doing is putting aside missiles and putting aside modern stealth technology to build 1940s style battleships because they look cooler, because the military is more imposing when we have big iron ships that shoot guns instead of aluminum stealth ships that shoot missiles. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like, I don't, like, between these two things, right? Between the, like, let's send in the military to American cities, and also, the military needs to focus more on looking cool. I don't care if it's modern technology. Like, the anti-science sentiment has reached such a peak that even if you are, like, a war-hungry, hawkish, let's go military kind of guy, he is actively making the military worse. Like, how could you possibly support this? A new dawn is upon us. Where are the he seems like a little baby. Yeah, and he's not even the worst part. Because, again, then you bring in Pete Hegseth. Where's he? He's at the very end. And again, I feel like I almost need to explain this, either because I have a lot of audience who isn't American, and I have a lot of American audience who don't understand the structure of the United States government. Because most people know that, like, there's 3 branches, right? You have the Congress that makes the laws, you have the president that enforces the laws, and when you start talking about the president's secretaries, their cabinet members, they're like, what is that? basically the president has to delegate their power to, I guess you would call them like generals. Except they're not all generals of like war. You have like the Secretary of Transportation is in charge of the nation's highways and just transportation stuff in general. So the president doesn't have to be an expert. He picks someone who knows about transportation and basically says, I want this to happen. Your job is to go talk to the individual states, the individual people, and make it happen. So the Secretary of War is basically the president's liaison with the military. He's the guy who's in charge of what the military does. Like, the president can like veto him and say stuff over, but this is the guy running things on the ground. Rambling about battleships, yeah. Which, by the way, if you don't know, Pete Hegseth, before this, was a Fox News host. He has never been in the military. He has no military or intelligence experience. He hasn't even been a politician or a diplomat. He is a news anchor. Do you know about the ballroom? He was, yeah. Oh, he was in the military as a grunt? I didn't know that. I would not have known that. He has no intelligence broadly.
Clip.
This also means grooming standards. No more beards, long hair, superficial individual expression. We're going to cut our hair, shave our beards, and adhere to standards. Because it's like the broken windows theory of policing. It's like when you let the small stuff go, the big stuff eventually goes. So you have to address the small stuff. This is on duty, in the field, and in the rear. If you want a beard, you can join Special Forces. If not, then shave. We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans. But unfortunately, we have had leaders who either refuse to call BS and enforce standards, or leaders who felt like they were not allowed to enforce standards.
But then...
So again, bringing all the generals here in person to be like, cut your hair and shave your beards. We are not allowed to have personal thing of expression. This is not about expression. But also, aesthetics are very important. It's like in the same sentence, he's like, what you look like should not matter. You're a function of the military, which means you must look like this for no practical reason other than it's what I imagine a soldier looks like. And it's like, well, you know, I'm sure that's fucking great for morale. Do you understand the first goddamn thing about morale? I bet lifelong military higher brass are gonna love this. Long nappy hair is a different... Yeah, but if that's the thing. If it is practical to your experience, yeah, you'll have to cut your hair. If you're a Marine or a soldier, they shave your head. But he, especially earlier on, he's talking about, like, people in the Air Force, people who are engineers, people who are working desk jobs, which is like 80% of the military. He's like, you all need to be up to the standards of a grunt army officer, essentially. And that's only like the start of it.
And I don't want to see any fat generals or any fat admirals. And he's like looking at the crowd. If any of you are overweight, you're not allowed to be here. Here, play this clip.
It all starts with physical fitness and appearance. If the Secretary of War can do regular, hard PT, so can every member of our joint force. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger, a brand new private or a 4-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT test. And as the chairman said, yes, there is no PT test. But today, at my direction, every member of the joint force at every rank is required to take a PT test twice a year, as well as meet height and weight requirements twice a year, every year of service. Also today, at my direction, every warrior across our joint force is required to do PT every duty day. Should be common sense. I mean, most units do that already, but we're codifying it. And we're not talking like hot yoga and stretching. Real hard PT, either as a unit or as an individual. At every level, from the Joint Chiefs to everyone in this room to the youngest private, leaders set the standard. And so many of you do this already. Active, Guard, and Reserve.
And again, it's...
If you don't know, PT, physical training. He's basically saying, like, it doesn't matter if you're a drone pilot, you need to be in peak physical condition for some reason. It doesn't matter if you're a 50-year-old general who is sitting behind a desk planning things. And what's crazy, too, is that he's doing this, he's specifically standing in front of an American flag designed to look like General Patton when he was giving his famous speech in World War II. Patton had a big beer belly, guys. I don't know how to say this. He was not in great physical condition. Because their idea of war is movies. Yeah. It's this whole idea of, you know, again, it's this idea of masculinity as being like, you know, ancient man was masculine. Look at him, strong, buff. And they don't have the foresight to ask, like, but why? Why were ancient warriors strong? Because for practical reasons. They needed to be strong. They had to fight physically with swords. We have guns now. You do not need to have big, swole muscles. You do not need to be in peak physical condition to shoot a gun. And you especially don't need to be one to be a fucking drone pilot or to, like, fly a jet, which is like 90% of what our, like, fighting force does. Like, why, you know, ancient men, they used to be manly, they used to be strong. It's like, yeah, because they were going out and hunt. That isn't practically useful now. You're, like, holding on to this image of what manliness means, even though there's no substance to it. It has no practical use now. You're just doing it because, again, as people are saying, it's like the movie, they've seen movies where men look cool when they're buff. And they're like, we need to look cool. Okay, but big muscular men are hot, yeah. And it just shows a complete, and this is again this example of like the Dunning-Kruger where it's like I'm not a military expert. I have not like dived deep into military stuff, but I have studied enough history, especially the history of like World War II, to know why America won World War II. And it wasn't because our soldiers were the buffest, strongest men. We weren't out there, like, pushing Nazis over. It had everything to do with, logistics. It had everything to do with planning. You know, there's a famous story of a Nazi soldier who defected. And he defected after they successfully repelled, like, an American advance. They got into the American camp. And they found rations that had fresh cake that was postmarked from the day before, from a New York bakery. They had such good logistics that they were getting fresh food from America to the troops in 2 days. Meanwhile, the Nazis were in France, right next to Germany, and they were having trouble getting rations. Because the Nazis were all like, you're strong big men, you'll go out, you'll get food, you'll forage, essentially. You'll find food in the field, and we'll get rations to you, but they didn't pay a whole bunch of attention to, like, routes, or roads, or making sure that logistics were straight. And he saw that, like, they had fresh-baked cake from across the Atlantic, and they're like, it's fucking over. If they can get shit here faster than we cannot outpace them. We will not be able to beat them. Wars are won and lost by logistics and oftentimes strategy. Because that's the other thing. He talks about later here, he's like, we haven't won a war since World War II, and it's because we got woke. After World War II, we changed it from the Department of War to the Department of Defense. And he's like, we haven't won a war since World War II, because every war we fought since then, like Korea or Vietnam or Afghanistan, didn't have victory conditions. You know, when we were going into World War II, we had a simple objective: occupy Germany. You know, kill the leadership of Nazi Germany and then occupy the country. And they did that. If you don't know anything about Vietnam, one of the big things about Vietnam is that we could not occupy it. We could not just put a force there and leave it there. Because if we did, it would have been seen as an incursion, like an advancement by the Soviets, and it would have escalated the Cold War. The only thing we could do was help out the Southern Vietnamese. 80% aesthetics, 20% dumb. Yeah. Like, that's one of the things when you learn about, like, why Vietnam was such a tragedy, is because you have veterans who will talk about, we went in, and they're like, we've got to hold this hill for the Vietnamese. So go in, and you spend 4 days fighting over this hill, and you finally take it, and you reinforce it, and you lose like 5 friends in a day, and then a week later they're like, okay, we've got to move out. We can't have a permanent thing here. And they just abandoned the hill that they got. And you talk to the generals, and the general strategy is like, well, if we kill enough of their soldiers, eventually they'll just quit, right? Not thinking about the leadership, not thinking about, like, tactical goals. And so that's the other thing, is like, when soldiers went into World War II, they're like, you know, the Nazis are our enemies, but we're not here to slaughter the Germans. We're here to take over Germany and kick out the authoritarians. And we will help the Germans who like, you know, don't want to live under the authoritarianism. And in Vietnam, it was go in and kill. Slaughter as many people as you can. Which is why so many veterans from that war have PTSD. You know, they just went in, just commit war crimes until the enemy recruitment drops off, you know? Didn't they also send a lot of young guys, not military? They were military trained. The problem is they didn't have military objectives. And again, it's this other thing. It's this understanding of the military. They thought the point of the military was to destroy things. They're like, military, soldiers are fighters and killers. And what they don't understand is that, like, 80% of the military is like the Army Corps of Engineers. It's about going in, building bridges, building, structures, being able to secure a perimeter, and then extend from there, project more power. And the thing is, that's not even true of, like, just modern warfare. That was true in the times of, like, Julius Caesar. If you read stuff about ancient Roman campaigns, the joke is everyone else was playing checkers and he was playing Minecraft. Because so much of what Julius Caesar did that made him like a tactical genius was just realizing, like, oh, I don't have to fight you if I can build an encampment around you. Or build an encampment that you can't beat and then force you to fight it. If I can divert your river. If I can build a bridge that goes up to the top of your encampments. Take out the root and out the flower. Exactly. And it's like, again, I'm not an expert. I'm sure I'm oversimplifying things to some extent. But it's like, this is what I learned from, like, a basis of just, like, the slightest bit of deep dive into war. You know, why did we lose the war? Why did we win the war? What were our tactics? What did the generals say about the strategy? And I learned this stuff. And the fact that this guy, who's in charge of the troops, doesn't know this stuff, that he thinks the way to lead the military is to have a bunch of buff, beardless guys and not worry about strategy whatsoever. You got eyebrows? Yeah. And there's one more thing. I don't know if I can find it anywhere. Oh yeah, they're talking about Patton. There's one more thing that's just, like, kind of terrifying. Lift Lock City, thank you for the 3 months.
They're going to discipline troops, he says. Here, play this clip.
We will not lose warfighters because we failed to train or equip them or resource them. Shame on us if we do. Train like your warriors' lives depend on it. Because they do. To that point, basic training is being restored to what it should be. Scary, tough, and disciplined. We're empowering drill sergeants to instill healthy fear in new recruits. ensuring that future warfighters are forged. Yes, they can shark attack, they can toss bunks, they can swear, and yes, they can put their hands on recruits. This
Healthy fear. The fucking war. You know what the problem is? We don't beat up recruits. Do you know how low recruitment is for the army? Do you know how many more people are gonna fucking leave if you make it so that the drill sergeants could just beat the shit? It's such a misunderstanding because one, from a practical level, like, that's a great way to make sure that the numbers in the army just drop down to like almost zero. Who would fucking be like, oh yeah, I want to sign up for the army now that they're making it more brutal? But two, you know the reason why we stopped doing that, right? Like, and this is a big misunderstanding from almost anything on the right, a lot of conservative stuff. They're like, oh, people are too soft these days. You know, they don't let people do hazing. They don't let people do bullying anymore. And it's like, we didn't stop doing that just out of the kindness of our hearts. It's the American military. They're ruthless. They stopped doing that because they did studies on the effectiveness of it and found that it wasn't fucking effective. That kind of strategy does not create good soldiers. It creates soldiers who break under pressure. It creates soldiers who are afraid, panicked, stressed, soldiers who don't operate under battlefield conditions. Like, it's just a complete misunderstanding of why we do the things we do. And it's the same thing anytime you talk about, like, DEI or any kind of, like, modern, like, what's it called? Basically, like, training people to be nice. Anti-harassment training, stuff like that. That wasn't created by some, like, deep state communist to make us soft. It was created by hardened generals who said, this is the most effective scientific way to achieve our goals. And they do not understand that. All they understand is they've seen movies where I saw Full Metal Jacket. That guy yelled so cool. He was so badass. We need more soldiers like that. It's like, did you see the end of Full Metal Jacket? Because it doesn't turn out well for that guy. I thought basically bullying was a good thing.
does not mean they can be reckless or violate the law, but they can use tried and true methods to motivate
Those aren't tried and true.
new recruits to make them the warriors they need to be.
And again, modern war is fought mostly through, like, missiles and planes and ships and drones. You don't have a lot of people on the ground, and when you do, they're running in, getting a perimeter, and firing a gun. You don't need them to be in peak physical condition. That's a waste of time.
Back to basics at basic as well.
And then he goes on to say that they're going to reevaluate their hazing requirements or like the anti-hazing, and basically all of that will be okay. In other words, I think is what he's saying. Here, play this clip.
Real toxic leadership is endangering subordinates with low standards. Real toxic leadership is promoting people based on immutable characteristics or quotas instead of based on merit. Real toxic leadership is promoting destructive ideologies that are an anathema to the Constitution and the laws of nature and nature's God, as Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence. The definition of toxic has been turned upside down, and we're correcting that. That's why today, at my direction, we're undertaking a full review of the department's definitions of so-called toxic leadership, bullying, and hazing, to empower leaders to enforce standards without fear of retribution or second guessing.
It almost, he's like, hey, you know, if you're worried about all this stuff, here's the benefit. You can abuse as many people as you want. There are no longer, I think part of it, I saw in another thing, he's like, we're getting rid of anonymous tips. I was like, oh, that's fucking great. Thomas Jefferson, the deist. Yeah. And so it's, you know, I'm sitting here just like, it's hard to watch him for more than 3 seconds and be like, and not find like 5 problems with what he's saying. And that's one way to shatter the military-industrial complex, I guess. I don't know. It's like, I'm trying to think of like the fallout. I mean, I guess there's always the chance that they all just sort of like nod their head and then go back and like, yeah, we're not fucking doing that. Like, there's a long history in just about every field, every like career you go to, of like the top down coming down and giving you unreasonable assignments and people just rolling their eyes and saying yes sir, and then doing whatever they were doing before without changing anything in any meaningful way. That is option number 1. Nothing ever happens and this was just a political stunt. Option number 2, the military fucking falls apart. The military falls apart, and, you know, depending on how it falls apart, there's basically, like, do they fall apart in that, like, all the generals get together and say, get rid of Pete Hegseth, or we're not doing anything. We're going on strike. You know, impeach Trump, or we're going on strike. Do they do the equivalent of, like, a military coup? Because, at least from, again, and a lot of this is rumors or whatever, but a lot of the talk around DC, around Virginia, is like high-ranking military professionals who normally do not agree with each other. People on different sides of the spectrum are getting together and being like, this is not good, right? We all agree. This is incorrect. This is bad. And the question is like, what do they do about it? And the option is they could try to throw their weight around. They could try to make some kind of change, which would be good, I think, in the short term, but then that sets up this precedent where, like, now the military becomes its own political force after 100, 200 years of keeping the military as apolitical as possible. The alternative is a bunch of the principal generals just go, I cannot in good conscience do this, and they quit. They retire. We see mass amounts of people leave the military, and then they do the same thing to the military that they did with ICE, where they say, hey, if you want to come in and go into San Francisco and beat up illegals, like, join in, you know? It doesn't matter how old you are, how out of shape you are. Get on in here. We'll give you big, huge bonuses. Haven't you always wanted to be a tough guy in an army jacket, being able to shoot liberals? And then we get, like, the people's army. You get the army of people that are just loyal to Trump, who do not care about the Constitution. K. Kona, yeah. But it does matter how out of shape they are. I have a feeling that they're saying that. Again, that's the thing. They say that now. They said that when they're like, we're gonna get ICE, it's gonna be the biggest fighting force ever. And then within, like, 3 weeks, they were like, we're raising the age cap, you know, if you're up to like 55, you can join in, maybe father-son bonding if you want. And then you see like the ICE agents and they're all like big dumpy guys in their own camo who can't catch a guy on a bike. Better not be trans or gay or not Christian or not the right kind of Christian. That's one of the big things that a lot, you know, if you talk to any Mormon and you ask them, like, what religion they are, they will tell you they're Christian. Same thing with, like, Seventh-day Adventists. Same thing with, like, Jehovah's Witness. There's so many sects of Christianity that just consider themselves another sect of Christianity. And I think it was, like, just a couple days ago, there was like a big shooting at a Mormon church. And you're starting to see more and more people like, this is a Christian nation, get the Mormons out. And the Mormons are like, I didn't think the tigers would eat our face. And like, you know, if you're going to start recruiting people, that's going to start becoming a problem. As with any kind of authoritarian or I guess not authoritarian specifically. anytime you have a fascist government, where fascism is all about like, you know, this is an ideal version of the nation. We are this, this, and this, and anyone who doesn't fit into the box is the enemy. Someone who needs to be excised from it. And there's a lot of people that think like they fit in the box, and they're not gonna fit in the box for long. That shooting took place 2 miles away from me. Sorry to hear, man. Shit's shooting and arson. Yeah, I think he like drove a car through it. Scary stuff. Who creates the box? The people at the top. You think they'll start going after Irish and Italians soon? I think the Irish and the Italians are, you know, they're integrated enough. Enough of the people in charge have Irish or Italian blood. I don't think we'll be like going back to those. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is like, I talked to my dad, and my dad's I think like 60, and he's like, yeah, I remember times when when he was a teenager in St. Louis, there was an Italian part of the city. And if you weren't Italian, you didn't go there after dark, because it was clear you weren't allowed there. Like, people used to, you know, there's this idea now that like, you know, of what whiteness means. And as close as like the 70s, that wasn't true. Because you had people that would be easily considered white now, like Russians and Italians, who were not considered white back then. I'm Puerto Rican, I'm terrified, man, even though I live in a blue state. Yeah, and it's, you know, as always, I don't say all this stuff, I don't want to panic people, but I think it's important to one, try to make people know about this stuff if they don't already know, especially when it's something as dire as this. This is something where I was like, I feel like this is going to be a big pivotal moment. I could be wrong. Maybe this is a nothing ever happens. Maybe this is another like, oh, it's just a big, you know, publicity stunt, and in a week we forget about it. But I have a feeling there will be some kind of fallout from this. And I don't know what it is, but you should be aware of what happened. And also, you know, I keep seeing more and more where they're like, you know, people who are at the very top, people who are these big celebrities, and they're like, I would love to speak out about things, but the problem is I'm so big, you know, if I say something bad against Trump, if I say something bad against the current institution, you know, I could lose all my contracts. You know, suddenly, like, no one wants to hire me. Because basically every big media company is falling in line behind Trump. If he sues, they just like give him money until he goes away, and their strategy is just don't say anything bad about him so he doesn't sue you. They're like not fighting back in the slightest. And so I see a lot of like bigger celebrities be like, if you're mid-tier, if you're big enough to say something without losing everything, you should. And so this is just, you know, I'm only talking to 120 people or whatever. But if you don't know, things are like bad, and they're going to get worse. And I don't say that to worry you and make you feel afraid. I say that in like, in case something happens, be prepared to like go into the streets, to march if need be. I don't know if or when something will happen, but you may be called upon to, like, resist in some way. It's not even been a year yet. Am I weird to think the president shouldn't be allowed to sue? He's not technically suing. It's like one of his organizations or something like that. And if they say something that sympathizes with Trump, their group will instantly deem them, yeah. I entered a serious conversation, ignore my shrimps. Hey, how's it going? They keep trying to... It's so crazy, too, man, where, like, I see all these people who are, like, especially on, like, the Democrat side, and they're like, I don't know why they're being so brazen. They're giving the president so much power. What are they going to do when we win the election in 4 years? Trump can't run again. It's like, how naive are you that you think that with where they're going, they plan to have another election in 3 years? The night of long knives incoming, who fucking knows? Like, it's... And here's the thing, like, really, there's two options, right? Either, one, they are progressing power to such an extreme degree that they hope to subvert the basic foundational things of the country and basically just get rid of the democratic process. To either just like rig the elections or not hold an election because there's an emergency, to give Trump a third term, or to put J.D. Vance as some kind of puppet ruler or something. They're either doing that or they are even more monumentally stupid and short-sighted than I ever would have possibly imagined. That they are like pants on head, like rubbing face in dirt stupid. Where they seriously are like, yeah, we need to give the president unlimited power to do whatever he wants, but also we won't use that power to steal the election. We'll just let the Democrats run against us in a fair and even fight, you know. And if they win it, you know, they get unlimited power. What can I say? That's what I keep trying to tell people, and they keep calling me alarmist. Yeah. And that's the unfortunate thing, right, is people have been saying that for the last 10 years. And the thing is, you know, we didn't get to where we are today out of nowhere. It's been a long uphill journey of like, we can see where we're headed. I know where the boat is going. And all along the way have just been a bunch of people being like, you're overreacting. It's not that bad. It can't possibly get worse than this. This is as far as it'll go and no further. And it's like, dog, we've been heading in this direction since, like, the 80s. I don't think we're gonna suddenly reverse unless something big happens. Proponent of the Dark Enlightenment, yeah. There won't be an election. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are an embarrassment. Yeah, we'll see. I hope that when you lose and the Empire rules, you'll find some solace in the fact that you played by the rules. Yeah, and there's so many people that are like, you know, we have to play everything even and fair because if we do, you know, it's bad optics. If we do anything that looks underboard, they'll like accuse us of cheating and they'll win more people to their side. It's like, they already do that. There's a bunch of people who still believe like the 2020 election was stolen. It's the same thing where it's like there's so many. If you don't know, I mean, it says underneath anything, like, I'm a leftist, and when I say a leftist, I mean like a real leftist. Like, to me, the Democratic Party is way too moderate. They don't go nearly far enough. And every time there's a more left-leaning candidate who's like, we need to bring people over with some of these more like leftist policies, they're like, we can't do that because middle America will call us a socialist or a communist, and then, you know, no one will trust us, no one will elect us. And it's like, they have spent the last 20 years being as moderate as possible, trying to go farther and farther right, trying to compromise with the right-leaning people because they're afraid of looking too far left. And those extremely moderate people are now being called radical leftist Democrats who are enemies of the state. Like, good job. You went as moderate as possible. You compromised all your ideals, and you're still getting called a communist. Because it doesn't matter to them. The ghost of communism strikes again. The rich get scared. What did you think of the event? It was too long. No. Dissatisfied. 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 I didn't have any goals. Other. This format is terrible and has been for years. ban Max C and all the other problem cards and actually balance your fucking format, you clowns. I'm tired of this shit. I'm a little steamed, chat. My apologies. I know you don't come in to see Steamed Joe. That's an entirely different... You know, you go to binging with Babish, and he's like, today we're making a steamed cup of Joe. And it's a complete different thing. This format is bad, and you should feel bad. Why the F-bomb? It gives them a reason to ignore it. They were going to ignore it anyway. I've been saying that for 2 years now. The rest of you, you know, if you haven't filled out the forum, tell them to ban Maxi and be polite about it. Maybe if they see the number of people talking about it, it'll do something. Didn't I make the... Did I call it Glad Beast Beta? There we go. Okay, we're gonna open some packs, chat. I need gambling to make me feel better. Let's see, and I also should... We're gonna get a new text document. We're going to save it in the folder with Mr. Metal. I assume he'll be up for it. If not, I can ask around. Google Drive. The lamp, not the lamp folder. I always get lamp and Mr. Metal confused somehow. Gem, night, time codes. $1K gems. Gems spent. I'm spending gems on gems, chat. The Gem Knights require gems. If they make a Genesis ladder, will you spend some months building for that instead of the regular ladder? Absolutely. Instantly, I would jump into that. The second they make a Genesis ladder, I'm over there. Fuck the main format. I've been trying to think of a way to play Genesis for, like, how can I make a show out of Genesis format? We putting Block Dragon in the deck? I wasn't planning on it. None of the other decks I saw had Block Dragon. Flash! Oh, savior of the heraldry. Oh, hey. It's Shirtless Man. Hunky. Fire Fist. Does Dueling Book have it yet? Yes. People are so hyped about Genesis, and I think myself, whatever. Maybe because I play sometimes. Is this the go second kind or the FTK? Go second. The FTK, you can still do the FTK, but it's even harder than it was before, and even before it was pretty hard. Yeah, there's no links or pendulums in Genesis format, which kind of sucks. Konami is making Master Duel 2, but with more transactions and AI. Well... nice. Nice, chat. 69. This pack sucked. Not a single... I don't think I got a single Gem Knight card. Did I open the right pack? Yeah, I did. Okay. I was like, are the Gem Knights in here? Because not only did I not see any of the URs or SRs or whatever. Oh, none of the, like, NR stuff is Gem Knights. I see. $2K gems. Now that's more like it. Are there any Gem Knights in the room with us? I mean, I'm kind of like a master. I've been into Diamond. Regenesis cycle. Joe, you're such a gem. Stad whale. I like amethyst. Yeah, amethyst is pretty cool. Purpley. I think I like citrine a little bit more. I kind of like yellow. My favorite color is green, though, so I assume an emerald or a jade would probably be my favorite. Still not a single gosh darn. Yeah, I'm trying to think what I should do for gems. Like, do I just fucking wear the gems that I used again? These aren't the same kind of gems, though. And the thing is, you know, the Crystons were made of quartz. Quartz is fairly, like, cheap. No, it looks like a gem, but those only cost like $3 or $4. Diamonds are fucking expensive. So is topaz and such. Wow, this sucks. These pools are really shit, yeah. Cool. I guess I should have played Regenesis, chat. You want Gem Knights? Never heard of them. Link Slayer at Ignistoray. Why is he all like wolfy looking? He's like a demon. What is the theme of this master pack? New cards. Yeah, it's not a secret pack. It's a just the new selection pack. Hey, there's one. Hollow Core. I was trying to think of like a Hollow Knight song to sing, but they don't have like really easy like leitmotifs that I can just know. Mjolnir lock build? I'm not familiar with that. Hadidel! Get good! Fabio Rashiare, Isigetuara. Ariduasiare, Iaruserumere, Isarutaruare, Idigatuana. Awful. Just terrible. Just dog shit. Oh, ay, ay. Ukalosa. Oh, ay, Ui-yi-yi. Ukalo. It's interesting that, like, there's a bunch of distinctive songs in Silk Song, but the titular Silk Song is not. It's like doo-doo-doo, 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 doo-doo-doo. You dump Mjolnir with Brilliant Fusion. And then how do you bring it back? So many gem knights. It's like a discount gem warehouse. I finished Hollow Knight, kinda. Defeated the Radiance, but I have that boss. You don't need to do the fucking boss rush section. That shit's just extra. I'm curious what percentage of players have defeated the Gauntlet of Champions or whatever it's called. Hardest fight was Nightmare Grim. Yeah. I finished Silent Hill F. Was it any good? Well, my next one will have a UR at least, chat. Exactly one. You missed the old what a deck? Nope. I've said this many times before, but like, what a deck was always like, I feel like I designed that show with Master Duel in mind, and just it didn't exist yet. Regenesis. All I ever wanted was like an official simulator with an actual ban list where I could play against like randomly chosen opponents that were roughly my skill level and have nice visuals for people. Konami really didn't like your answer. I guess so. I liked it, but not worth 80 euros. Just not a good ban list. As dog shit as the ban list is in Master Duel, at least it's like consistent. One of the problems I always had on like YGO Pro was the fact that like they would release cards as soon as they came out, like in the OCG. And it's like, on the one hand, I liked being able to play stuff. Okay, I got one UR that I needed. At least we got something. Cheese and crackers. I still need 9 fucking UR, 10. Why do I care? Okay. How to obtain Signet Mining. Yeah, it's in the structure deck, right? So I can pay 1,000 gems and get 2 copies of this if I really want it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not ever playing Arcana Force. Not on this. Where's your streamer luck? I don't fucking know. Time Seal. Yeah, we get rid of the Time Seals. I don't need 2 pack bits. Arcana Force. Yeah, if you want that, it's gotta be Jankmas. Would you ever play Stat Steal It too? I mean, I did. That's why I crafted the second one. Don't need 2 Diabolantis. Too many Witchcraft or Aruru? You can never have too many Arurus. This is part of another engine. If I ever play Mementos, I'll craft the second one. Yeah. This shit's never getting played. You do need 2 of him? 2 of who? The Tekka Teachlan or whatever? Draconids. We only need 1 of these, right? I'm probably never playing Valkyries. If I do play Trickstars, I can get another one. A Prime Jankmas deck, yeah. I probably don't need Cubics, but I wouldn't put it past them to make more Cubic support at some point. I don't need a Gusto. Emerald's a 1 of at most. That Raid Raptor card is not needed. Which one? Bloom Vulture? You can get this from the structure deck. I'll take your word on it. Fat White Duke, thank you for the, I was about to say 44 months, but that's it's for the 3 months. I appreciate it. The Prime Hype. I don't need fucking Enlightenment Dragon. If they ever make new Tistina support. I can break down the, it's a royal. I'll keep it if I can. This might be useful in yummy format. Neos Kluger. It'd be fun for like janky stuff, but we're not playing it. Do modern Memento decks play 2 of this guy? It's probably best to save it. Think Monkey Board will see a return. Hard to say. Are any of these in the Salamandrate structure? Code of Soul, Pyro Phoenix, Raging Phoenix, no. This is generic and searches any Fire Warrior. This searches any equip card. I feel like someday I'll need this, but I can't think of anything at the moment. Get rid of my Ashoka pillars. The Royal Raid Wrap. Yeah, but people get angry if I break down a Royal. Break the Royal. 2 access codes, yeah. I didn't need 2 of this when I had it. Yeah, I'm putting the pillars back. Yeah, that might be useful for a deep draw engine. Gishki might get support at some point. Probably won't use this. This didn't even get played in the Valence episode. I did play that eventually. Yeah, I ain't playing Amazonas. Fuck, I might. Amazonas 2027, suddenly the best deck ever. I think that's probably it for now. 215. Is that enough? One shiny. It makes 11 URs. So exactly the number I need. Yep. Maiden is at 2 and you have 3. Isn't she only an SR? I don't know. I mean, she might come back. At this point, I don't get the full refund. No Royal Ash this time. Okay. Let's try this new gate. Fire Kings, my beloved. High tide on Fire Island. Sounds like a weird movie. The oceans of the realm had no single ruler in that era. There was a clan of fish folk that had laid claim to a small patch of the seas. For them, the idea of conquering the whole breadth of the depth was a pipe dream. They only skirmished amongst themselves. That was before the emergence of their sovereign, Poseidra, the Atlantean dragon. Poseidra was once but one among many creatures striving to survive in the vibrant and discordant seas. It started life as legendary Atlantean Trident, known for its veracity despite its small size. Devouring fish, shellfish, and crustaceans, it grew larger and larger, becoming an adept predator. Among its prey was a creature twice its size, Lost Blue Breaker. After this meal, its hazy mind became clear, and it gained full self-awareness. You ever have a meal so good that you would gain sentience, chat? Its first realization was that it numbered among the strong. Now it had become Poseidra, a full-fledged dragon of the deep. How do I become stronger? I need to devour more. I'm pretty sure there's a game based around this. Its instinctual hunger was now coupled with a desire for power, and it grew rapidly. Poseidra relentlessly attacked the bickering fishfolk clans and brought them under its control. This was the birth of the Atlantean army. Believing that the ocean was theirs, they set about conquering it bit by bit. They carried all before them and amassed considerable power, expanding their domain to include the neighboring seas. Also, I like that this creature is non-binary, apparently. Very progressive. Poseidra's desire for dominion was as bottomless as its appetite. The ocean was not enough. It wanted more. It wanted to lay claim to the land, too. The immense Atlantean military force decided on a target, an isolated island sanctuary kept secure by holy flames. A clash awaits. The Guardian, Fire King High Avatars against the might of the Atlantean Tyrant. Once there was a fish. That fish ate another fish and got big and smart. And he became so big and smart, he's like, I'm gonna be king of the fish. And then he was. And then he was like, why settle with all the wetness? Let's go on land. And I don't think they thought it out very well because they don't have like feats and stuff. What makes Atlantean deck unique? Most Atlantean and mermaids have effects that activate by discarding cards or when they're sent to the graveyard or discarded to activate the effect of water monsters. Did you see the Ted Cruz video that came out 2 to 3 hours ago? I did not. Is he like, you know, what they said about the military was good, or is he actually like have a spine now? Is that a 1-card combo? Go Nephtabis. Clicking the button. Discard Dragoons. I will say the presentation of this slightly better. Instead of just the card art, they were like zooming around. They made like a big picture and everything. Special summon Poseidra. This is a big combo, chat. Good for practicing, I see. Make all water monsters become 7. It activates. Destroy your opponent's set card. Which one? Summon Abyss Megalo. Oh, with just these two. Battle phase, battle phase, battle phase. We pop the Garunix. I'm shocked I won on both tries on the challenge deck, because I'm not a competitive duelist and I've never played the deck. It's easy to figure out. Okay, now to do what I wanted to do. Test out Gem Knights. We're gonna go through as far through this as we can using the Gem Knights, and then I'll open up the floor to duel with patrons. Uh-oh. I see. Lightning Storm. Yeah. Fuck you. The rulers of Long Island. Let's see. You can discard this card, set... Oh, I needed to do that before. Well, to be fair, I thought they would preserve the Fire King Island. Hand or field, up to 2 monsters can be used, but if they are non-rocks... They might max see you, I see. Okay. So I think we start by fusing from the deck, right? Oh, I need to have a Gem Knight fusion in the graveyard. Okay. Yeah, I think we go here. Normal summon. This gets us Hollow Core. Activate Hollow Core by sending Gem Knight Fusion. You can immediately normal summon. Okay, that doesn't really do anything. Well, I guess it's... Another body is fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt. Okay, Phantom. Add 1 Gem Knight card from your deck to your hand. And if this is used for fusion material... Yeah, so we use these 2. Okay, and then we get another one of these, right? Yeah. Use this. Banish Nephirim. Oh, and you have Gem Knight Fusion in your graveyard. Ah. Mistakes were made. Okay. I'm figuring out a lot of things, chat. Hello? Yeah, I know the link can return from banishment. I thought we wanted to, like, banish several things and then shuffle them back. Not use stuff in the graveyard. Opponent activates a monster effect. Quick effect, you can banish this. Okay, now that I've used this, I can Gem Knight Fusion. Yeah, I think we want to go for Dispersion. You can add one from your graveyard to your hand. Graveyard or banishment. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. And then I can fusion summon... Yeah. Three gem monsters. I need to read this card again. Two monsters. Okay. Gotcha. So we do this, and we send you and you. If this card, you could send one card from your hand to the graveyard and special summon this. Okay. We don't need this maxi. Never did. Yep. Okay. Tribute this off, and then we can just get, like... You... You... And you. Is this 8,000? Yeah. Weird flex, but okay. One stone kills two birds. Yep, this is it's gonna take me like 3 or 4 times to figure out exactly what I can do, but once it clicks, it'll really click. Clear. The island is surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean. Perhaps the same could be said of all islands, Chad. The island was surrounded by water? You don't say. The fucking writing. To human civilization, it is simply a nameless island with an active volcano at its center. Due to the surrounding currents, no ship ever arrives there by chance. The island has long remained uneroded by the crashing waves, suggesting some kind of sacred protection. Either that or it's just like raised up, with sheer cliffs and everything. And indeed, there is a temple within the volcano. The temple in turn has protectors, the flame-wreathed Fire King beasts. Yeah, see, look at that. They're doing like a little animation kind of thing. It ain't much. But clearly they cut out parts of the cards and they've got some camera movement. They have long lived here, untamed by human society, on this island where one hears little besides the surf and the occasional tremors caused by the volcano. The only thing disturbing the tranquility is raids from barbarians of the sea, none of whom comprehend the temple's worth. They are dealt with mercilessly by the Fire Kings. No one conquers the Fire Kings. With their bodies ablaze, they repulse intruders with such force as to deter future incursions upon the island. At times, the foe is formidable, but even when the Fire Kings expend every modicum of their power, their souls can endure. Oh, I gotta click so many times. There we go. Their fiery life force lives on, and they are reborn as future Fire Kings. Not once have their flames been extinguished, and thus they have kept their temple protected. However, never before have they faced so great a challenge. The might of the Atlantean army, led by Poseidra, the Atlantean dragon, was unmatched in this marine region. Now their assault was imminent. Okay. Cool. The God Chicken, if that is your real name. YouTube Shorts AI narration level. I feel like I do better than YouTube Shorts. Summon Neptibus. Shadow Squall activates for an amazing reason. I guess I should do the and now they have a monster on the field. That monster is strong and will be able to defeat them. But wait. Whoa, that's a lot of damage on board. He summoned a monster. It very powerful. Onyx. Maybe Rayquaza shows up. Who knows? Oh, you're talking about the AI that the close player drew. The close player searches Fire King Sanctuary. The card activates. Activate Fire King Island. This has a 20% Fire King Island activate. He destroyed legendary Fire King Ponix. This allows them to add a card to their deck to their hand. Sacred Fire King Garunix added to the hand. The player is thinking about the special summon Sacred Fire King Garunix. It's summoned in attack position. Fire King Garunix has 27. Destroy! Activate the effect! Fire King Ultronics destroyed by card effect. An effect in the guy activates. Now they overlay for an Xyz summon. Come to the field, Garunix Eternity, Huang, Huang of the Fire Kings. The effect activates. The far player's cards are destroyed. An effect activates. Detach material. Sacred Fire King Garut. The far player's cards have been destroyed. 70% win chance from this position. The player goes to the battle phase. The near player attacks for 3,500. The near player is the winner. The self-cuts. That's exactly how it would go. Are we sure the AI isn't copying Joe? Wow, the audience loved that one. Okay, now let's learn Gem Knights again. I'm going first. I don't want to go first. My IQ just dropped 10 points. You're welcome. The near player sets a card and passes. The opponent draws for a turn. Main phase 1. The opponent is Merbeil S. Spike. Activate effect. Add Atlantean Attack Squad to the Shadow Squadron activate. I don't know the cards well enough to do this stuff. This is still combo. Yeah, everything like activates for cost. Ass Spike. Fuck. Molcharmi Fuelos. Opponent links Merbeil Abysticla. The near player has drawn a card. Special summon Merbeil Abystius. Activate effect at battle phase. Attack for 2200. Main phase 2. The opponent link summon Mermail King Neftibus. Just in time. Okay. Gem Armadillo. We got it. We want to add Hollow Core. I'm just realizing we have fucking... Okay, it's fine. Quartz. Give me fucking Brilliant Fusion. Brilliant! We get this one, right? It's free, chat! It's just free! Gesundheit. Big swordy man. Bye-bye. Yeah. I wonder what this deck works like when you actually have to play it into like a board of like stuff. Are we winning? It feels like we're winning. The FTK artifact version. I'm not starting with that. Maybe we could do it later if we're having trouble. Deck works very well, yeah. The battle was underway. The army of Poseidra, the Atlantean dragon, versus Fire King forces. The usual sound of the rolling waves was drowned out by the battle cries from beneath, and the Fire King island was soon awash with hordes or fish folk. Things looked bleak for Fire Kings, since they had to defend the island's entire perimeter from the 360-degree assault of the Atlantean army. To compound this, the waters around the island were all Poseidra's domain. Wow. This Ocean Lord could therefore bamboozle them. It would show up in the north, vanish suddenly, then unpredictably appear in a different location. This put the Fire Kings under heavy strain, as they knew Poseidra itself was the greatest threat, and they had to constant vigilant of its whereabouts. The battle wore on, and in the end, a gap opened up in the island's defenses. An enormous wave of Atlantean troops surged forward. If they continued to advance, the island would be overrun and discredited. AI voice, no. Go further and be more like... Yeah, which do you prefer, chat? The false AI voice, or would you like me to try to act, actually? In the desperate moments, Fire King High Avatar Garunix went out to meet them. It acknowledged the faint odds of survival. Effort is rewarded. It poured every flame it could muster out from its body, searing Poseidra and the masses of fishfolk who were about to breach the shore. Heavily wounded, Poseidra retreated deep into the ocean, with the Atlantean army's remnants in tow. So the fire won. The battle was over for now, with the Fire Kings having defended their territory. However, Garunix's all-out attack failed to fell Poseidra. It also left Garunix on the verge of perishing. It would be physically impossible to go on without some remedy. Garunix realized this and threw itself into the island's central volcano. Garunix was swallowed by the intense heat, and for an instant, it appeared as though it had been annihilated. But then, a fledgling burst forth from the crater, legendary Fire King Ponix! As a reincarnated newborn, Ponix did not have the resplendence of the High Avatar, who had emitted flames almost as dazzling as the sun as it roared boldly. It will be some time before Ponix can reach those heights, and the Atlantean army is soon sure to attack again. Thus, it was a question of who would regain power the quickest out of the injured Poseidra and Garunix's new form. Poseidra's wounds were undoubtedly grievous. Still, scorched skin and lost scales would regenerate, and the army could be rebuilt, but it would take more than that to triumph over the Fire Kings. How could the Atlantean forces be bolstered? With mermaids? While devouring more prey than ever before, the wounded Poseidra's mind was consumed with this one question. Oh, okay. Neat. He's literally just a baby. He's just a wee Bobby. No. Don't take me to the store. What, are you fucking dumb? What, are you stupid? What am I missing? I get a Poseidra icon. And I get a Garunix icon. I get Poseidra sleeves. Okay, good. Ooh. Ooh, fire. I command you to burn. Boo-doo-doo. Okay. Last practice, and then we'll get dueling, Chad. By adding Maxi to your army. Did you see the DC Cup decks? It's basically just Malice, Ryziel, and Fiendsmith Gem Knights. Not surprised. Ah, I see. With this hand, I will tactically pass. All right. Fire. Boo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo. Oh, they thinking. They stinking. Ah, Ganesh. Special summon one from your hand. I'll activate Maxi. Called by. Since when do they have called by, chat? I might be dead. Possibly. Okay, they're giving me one card. Wang. Why did they do that, chat? Seems like a weird thing to do. but it came back. That ain't great. Oh wait, yeah it is. It's just fine. Brilliant! Yeah. Quartz. Another one. Armadillo. I'm a dilly-dally dillower, dilling all around. Ah, I see. Very few things I can do from here. One. To who? A 3. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm a dumb man. I need to use this first. I think I'm still good though. Yeah, I still have been way over lethal. What kind of deck is Modern Gem Knight? Blind second OTK, yeah. Okay. I think I've practiced enough, chat. I think I get it. I think I got it. Master Diamond for Topaz is a good time. Let's get... There you go. There's the room code. So if you're new here, if you just don't know, how we do things is anyone's free to come into the room if you just want to duel whoever. If you are a patron, if you're someone who supports the channel, you can send a message to me on Discord now or anytime for the rest of the stream and just say like, I would like to duel. And also tell me what your Master Duel name is so I can find you. I'll go through all the people who are patrons first. Patrons get first dibs when it comes to dueling, but you don't have to be a patron to duel. Once we've run through all the patrons, then I'll just start picking people at random. So there is no, like there's a line. If you want to be in the line, you have to be a patron. Afterwards, it's just random. There is no way to secure a duel and guarantee you get one if you're not a patron. So while people are messaging and perhaps lining up, I'm going to get dinner real quick, which is just a bowl of cereal. I'm just going to get a bowl of cereal. I had a big lunch, big old steak. This should only take me like a minute or two. In the meantime, do you want a song, chat? Do you want a little music while we wait? Here, I'll put on a little thing. More Dream Theater? You want more Dream Theater? Here you go. Enjoy. How was that, chat? You enjoy that? Was that a fun time? That was Overture 1928, if you're curious. A good fun time. Looks like Frost Hollow is the only person who has sent me a message, so Frost Hollow can get in here. Serial montage, yeah. Torch versus Tiny Little Bird. Why did I call this a bird? Tiny little kitty. Kitty doggy. Fortunately, I have more time to eat because we're going second. (1928) was a good year. What year did the Great Depression happen? Turn chain off. How join? Considering your name, I don't think I want you to join. You know, you could just stay on that side of the field. I mean, if you figure it out, you figure it out, but I'm not going to help you along the way. Delicious golden grams, chat. What's your favorite cereal? It goes back and forth between Golden Grahams and French Toast Crunch. Honeycomb big, yeah, yeah, yeah. It ain't small, no, no, no. Huh. Oh, I have chain off. That's why. I was like, I wonder why I didn't get a chance to do this thing I wanted to do. Um... All roads lead to Punch Face. Phantom Quartz. Huh. What can I fusion summon? Well, I didn't know TK, chat. Oh, this was Ryziel the whole time. It's okay, we're learning. Yeah, to be fair, if I'd kept on my chain, I could have negated their negation, blown up the whole back row, and then done stuff from there. Food first, chain second. Mine's bigger! Oh, but they can stop themselves from being destroyed. Oh, it doesn't gain them more attack. Gotcha. No, come on, that's rude. You're rude. Huh. Touche, salesman. You got it. Ah, someone else. Bundy would like to play. We get Bundy on in here. Boo-hoo, Bundy. Boo-hoo, indeed. Oh, you're already playing another duel. Okay, well, I guess it's open to anyone who gets down to table 25 first. Pardon me. You know, I'm surprised in all this time I've never seen someone with hashtag unban Maxi. Ugh. I don't get you. It's weird, chat. There's like two things in this world that make me burp. One is like greasy food. You know, if I have a pizza, it's like a fast food pizza with a whole bunch of pepperoni. If you know, a whole bunch of fried chicken. And the other thing is cereal. It's like, I don't understand. Why would the cereal? It's like the opposite. Max C to 3. Is it the milk? Maybe. I put milk in my coffee. I guess there's less of it. Maybe I'm just a smidgen lactose intolerant. McDonald's is just gas. Gas, gas, gas. You gotta step on the gas. Get up and go, or I'll be kicking your ass, ass, ass. And I'll be your hero. It's weird. I wonder if that other guy is like not in chat. He was like trying to duel me before, and then I went down to table 25, and he was like, no. I wanted to give a chance for anyone to get in. But there are people who do just join random rooms. The world is a weird place like that. Thought there was a bigger lie. Nope. It was just the two. The two patrons, and now it's open to free. Usually it's like, you know, some nights we have like 8 or 9 patrons in a row, and then by the time we get to the viewer duels, there's like no one left. Now it's like, yeah, we just had the one, and now no viewers want to duel, I guess. That's fine, we can sit here and yap some more, chat. I lost my back scratcher. What do I do with my hands? I never know what to do with my hands. I guess I could grab it. Ugh. Any judges in chat want to help me out with a ruling question? I would duel, but I also play Gem Knights. The mirror match is, it's like that image of like, and they were both bottoms. And they were both go second decks. But sadly, I'm playing a different game. But yeah, if you want to put your rulings question in here, I could try my best. I'm not exactly a judge, but like, you know, in my early YouTube career, I made a whole bunch of videos about like the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff. So I'm fairly knowledgeable. I have free-to-play Fiendsmith Ryziel. Yeah, why would I be against that? I'm gonna tab off, but I suck. I don't have any competitive builds. That's fine. I'm just trying to practice. I'm trying to learn, chat. I mean, obviously it would help if you were more competitive, but like, you know, breaking a breaking like a Morphtronic board still takes some time and effort. Ninja. They got a 60 card ninja deck. Can I use the effect of Centurion True Awakening, sending Spiral Gear Last Resort that was equipped via its own effect? I'd have to look up all these cards. What was that? Okay. Hello. Okay, so True Awakening is a counter trap that says when a spell trap or monster effect is activated, send one face-up monster card from your spell trap zone to the graveyard, negate the activation. And if you do, destroy that card. Yeah, because it says send a monster card. And even if something like I guess I would have to look up Last Resort, but I think in most cases, if a card, even if it says like, you know, treat this as a spell trap, it is still a monster card. If it just said, send a monster from your spell trap zone, then it wouldn't work. But like, in general, that wouldn't work, because usually if it places a monster in your spell trap zone, it's like, as a continuous spell, or as a continuous trap, or something. But like, yeah, it is a monster card in the spell trap zone. Unless there's some other text I'm unaware of. Yeah, I guess we get this. Droll? No. And then we can do this. Hello. It's me, Seraphinite. Yeah, we do it like this, because Seraphinite gets us the other normal summon. And now we maintain these two, so if they Nibiru, we still got something to stop it. Now I think we have two things that stop it. Oh. That ain't good. Lurie! Ooh, and Shiren. Another one. Another one. How do you do the Mjolnir combo? I don't know. And then that's just game, right? Because we can just get 3 of them things. Big Swordy Man. The Hammer Brothers. And Doc Martin, the Master of Shoes. Yeah, that's just 8,400. I could do other stuff from here, but I don't need to. Dispersion is such a silly card, yeah. To be fair, I got the Maxi at the beginning. Which is just like, your opponent must skip their turn. A sad state of affairs, but thank you, Ninja. I appreciate. Okay, let's get Boohoo Bundy. Come over to table 12. Pardon me. GG, yeah. Again, thank you for helping me to test. I appreciate it. I know it probably wasn't the funnest to get max seed and then OTK'd. But your sacrifice has helped me to learn a thing or two. Bless you. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Bundy, if you just want to like go again, we can. What did you learn? How to OTK a little bit better? Any restrictions on what cards you don't want to see in testing? Basically, the only stuff I don't want to see in testing is, like, a deck that completely counters mine. But, like, the only deck I could think of that would counter Gem Knights would be, like, Stun. And I'm gonna have to know how to play against Stun. Like, that's something I could run into with this. So I'm trying to think, the only thing, like, that's the thing, is, like, Stun is fine, as long as, because it is something I'm gonna have to run into. The only thing I dislike is when people play, like, a card that, like, I'm very unlikely to run into on ladder that would also, like, stop me. So if you play it, like, don't play, like, Anti-Fusion Area or something. If my combo deck ends on a Floodgate, that's fine. I'm curious to see if I can break such a combo. Maybe Malice would be good practice, probably. Yeah, and then even if you make Barone, I get 2. Yeah, don't main deck D-Fusion. Yeah, don't go first, play Prohibition, declare Brilliant Fusion. A sales ban. Yo, Hardleg. Hello, Captain Carter. How you feeling about Genesis? I actually made a whole video about that. You can watch it on the YouTube. I think it seems neat. I'd like to make content about it. I just don't know how, because it's like, you know, the big thing is that, like, the few Yugi tubers that I really made a lot of inroads with as far as, like, getting to know, like, half of them have quit Yugi tubing, and the other half are, like, part of the Wonky Quartet now. And so, like, they're basically everyone I know who I would collaborate with is either already doing a Genesis series or doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. Except for maybe Golden Nova. Maybe I could get him in on something. Yeah, this shit is just redonkulous. Brilliant. We just go for the one that's like a negate, right? Or we just like do this and send like you, and you. Yeah, Logs doesn't really do Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. Bump. Hoo-doop. Hoo-doo-doop. Normal summon. And I can find out what the heck this does. Brilliant Fusion is once per turn, but what the hell is Scatter Fusion? Oh, it's just Brilliant Fusion 2. They just made a second one. You can only fuse 2, gotcha. Look at this pendulumograph. I don't even need to do that, do I? Big swordy man. Bubble Bobble. The ugly one. So we use this. We tribute off you. We bounce back you. Oh, I already used this effect. Oops. I think that's still fine. You had to fuse there? I didn't have to. Master Diamond. 4,000. And then Master Diamond, take Topaz's effect, which allows it to attack twice and then deal damage equal to the monster it destroys. So 27. Oh, it has to go to the graveyard. Damn, I didn't get in for all the burn damage in the world. Yeah, I didn't even need to do. I didn't need to do half of this stuff. My apologies. This deck might be too good, chat. It might be too powerful. I'm not even trying to flex. I'm just like, oh, I need to be able to do this, and I don't realize that I already have, like, way more. Let's get Ruby to top 10. And yeah, that was all the patrons. So if anyone else would like to duel, just jump in and whenever I go to a room. That includes the patrons who already dueled. If you would like to duel again, you can. See you in a bit. They put on so much damage. Drill it into your head. There was no time for feelings. I didn't mind the challenge. Yeah, I just felt like it's like, well, I got Maxi, what can you say? It is what it is, and that's all that it is, and it is that jizz, that's all that it is. Don't believe? Gotta get the Riz. Don't believe? Gotta... Freddy Fazbear. The Soda Pop Factory. I don't know what I'm talking about, chat. Why does anyone listen to me? What's the plan for when you go first? There isn't one. Make Appaloosa. You look like Freddy Fazbear. I'll never recover from such an insult, chat. This makes me almost want to play again, but not against Malice, or Ryziel, or Fiendsmith, or Tempai, or Snake Eyes, or Atlantean. You could add Baguska, I guess I could. It's not an insult. Freddy Fazbear is a sex icon. Responsible for awakenings around the world. Many girls dream of having a guy with as much riz as Freddy Fazbear. All the kids going around with their plush yellow hoodies, just trying to get a glimpse of the Fazbear power. I've said none of these things. You implied it. It was the subtext. Gain media literacy. I command it. I wish I could be Freddy Fazbear. Joe has read between the lines. I'm going to put in an application to be more asexual, I think. Good luck with that. They defunded the office that takes those applications. It'll probably be 30 years before they get it, and even then they'll just say no. Have you heard of the Abyssal Artifact? Yes, you're like the 5th person to talk about it. Gain media literacy now! They're like, sorry, I can't allow you to do that. There are only 2 sexualities that we accept. We don't take too kindly to your types around here. There's a small window of types we do accept. Sneaky Maldron, rating with a party of 4. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Come. Let's try this. Everyone scatter! Invaded by a VTuber. Again? What is this, Tuesday? How's the Gem Knights? They're working all right. They're doing all right. Ah, I see. Thrusting makes me feel good. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Thrusting, 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 thrusting. Ba-da-na-na, ba-da. Ba-da-na-na-na-na. I will take. Well, thank you. To attack mode. Behold, the weasel. Let's get hollow core. Hadiddle. Shah. Lancia. That is unfortunate. But not the end. Gonna catch them all because he's Phantom Quartz. He's just a phantom. Gonna catch them all because he's just a phantom. Get good! What the heck? What the Sam Hill? How come I couldn't negate... Oh, I didn't have a Gem Knight Fusion on the field. I see. Brilliant! I think I just go for this one, right? Oh, I can't banish. Yeah, good point. I'm just going infinite. I got to it again. Here come the boys. Let's hear it for the boys. Let's give the boys a hand. The squad. I can't banish. Son of a bitch. I need to send one of these back. I was like, that's game. That's easily game. It's not. Yep, the Lancia did it. If it weren't for the Lancia. Yeah, for some reason I thought this was like target a Gem Knight in the graveyard and yeah, I thought it was like target another Gem Knight in the graveyard and it becomes that effect. Quacky ducky. Look at it, chat. It's just a little quacky ducky. Rip. For some reason, I thought I had more than one hollow core. I forgot they shuffled back the other one, too. What does the pure Gem Knight going first do? Nothing. Can the counter be about hollow core? I think the counter should be like a go first counter. Like the number of times people make us go first. We have been wrecked by desserts. I mean, we were wrecked by a specific hand trap. I mean, it's possible I could have done... No, it's almost probable that I could have done something better. The problem is a lot of the stuff that I have that normally deals with stuff on the board battle or card effect, yeah. Like, you can make... You can make Prismora. It's like once per turn, you could send a Gem Knight. Oh, it's only once per turn, yeah. GG's. Let's go to table 24. Yeah, that's the problem, at least with a lot of these, is like, the deck puts on so much damage that it's hard to know where you messed up, because there's so many duels where you win, and like, you didn't play optimally. You don't have to play optimally, because it's so easy to put on a million things in damage. Maybe I should play 2 Gem Knight Fusion, chat. While they're doing this, I'm gonna go wash out my my cereal dish. I'll be back. It'll only take a moment. Let that be a lesson to you, chat. It only takes a moment of your time to do a moment of your crimes. While I was in the other room, I did many illegal activities, the likes of which shall not be shared publicly. Just know that if you're a fan of me, I'm sorry, you know. I'll eventually be canceled for it, but what can you do? I love crime. Well, good. Then you'll agree. No. That's why I'm the vice president of Antifa. You have to change your name. You'll have to be Antifa Catboy. No, don't cancel. I mean, that's the thing, is I'm I'm one of those radical leftists. It apparently means I'm anti-American, you know? According to some people, I'm a subversive element to society. I got the pretzel instead of the donut. I've said this many times before, I really like pretzels. I really like pretzels specifically because I don't like pretzels. They're like the least favorite snack food I will still eat. And so like if I got some potato chips or some Cheetos, some stuff that I really liked, I would sit here and gobble that shit down. Oh, I got hiccups somehow. How am I gonna eat half a pretzel and get the hiccups? But yeah, if I had a good snack, I might be tempted to eat a whole bunch of it. But when it comes to those big sourdough pretzels, I'll eat like half of one and be like, yeah, this is all right. I don't really want to eat another one though. I barely want to finish this one. Like, it's not bad. They're just not good enough to be like addictive. They're like very mediocre, which makes them an excellent snack. It means this bag will last for like a month. Because every time I open it, I eat exactly like one pretzel, then I'm like, I guess I'm done. According to Google, you will die in the next week, thanks to that hiccup. How so? Oh, neat. Okay. First, we deal with that back row. Goodbye, everyone. I'll remember you in therapy. Then, we deal with the front row. Then, we armadillo. Let's get a quartz. Activate the quartz. Yeah, I think we go for this one. Damn it. Yeah, we go chain link 1 this, chain link 2 this. So then this will add back hollow core, and then this discards hollow core. Okie dokie. Pardon me. We're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna make this guy. With you, and one of you. Pardon me. Up. Yeah, we do this. It's times like this I wish I played Zirconia, chat. I'm a big man. I'm a very big man. Okay. Pardon me. Okay, so let's figure this out real quick. This dude's about to get 80 minus 56 is 24, plus 35 is 59. $25 plus 34 is also 59. That'd be enough to crash. Yeah, let's do it. Big. And I can't negate that. Okay. So, Master Diamond gets over this. Take 3,000. This crashes with Pep. When your knight is destroyed by battle, you could summon this card? The fuck? Well, damn. I was sitting here thinking, like, do I have to crash something and then get below, and then in main phase 2, I'll use Prismora to blow something up? I wanted to build a wall. Diamonds are unbreakable, buddy. GG indeed. Table 7. That was fun. Both players got to play. Fortunately, I drew Feather Duster Lightning Storm, you know? It's like a puzzle, chat. Pardon me. Oh, I could hollow core just to get the extra 1,000. Yeah, I didn't even need to crash. Oh, what the heck is going on? These hiccups are going crazy. I'm gonna have to hold my breath, chat. I used to be really good at this. Let's go. Go ahead and count how long I can hold my breath, okay? Ready? Damn it. I went a whole dang minute. I think. Oh, I used to be able to go for 2 minutes back in the day, but I am out of practice. Mission fit. Yeah, I like how as soon as I took a breath, the hiccups were like, "Hi there." There is one other option, chat. Oh, I see. Well, now I have to play a duel. Okay. Max seat. I see. Negate. Yeah, we get this. Ooh, you make me steamed. But wait, that means you can't draw off of stuff. Okay. Hello there. Let's go. 21, 21's not worth 21. Scientists got stumped by 21 times. Yeah, I guess this doesn't really do anything because I can't get stuff into the graveyard. Also, it looks as though holding my breath did stop my hiccups. So you don't have to suffer through karaoke today. Et tu, Brute? So what is this? Fusion summon by shuffling. Okay. So I can do this. I can make Big Chungo Man. Gemnite Monster? I don't really need a Gemnite Monster. Then I can do this. Yeah, I can summon her. Yep, and I think that's about it. It's like a puzzle, Chad. It's like a puzzle. You just solve the puzzle, and then you get the puzzle. Master. 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 Master of Diamonds is pulling the strings. Attacking your dudes and attacking your things. He's got a strength of diamond so strong. Go with the Gem Knights wearing a thong. Master. Master. What does Gem Knights do against Nibiru? I was like, activate go burr under drool. It has only ever been good old fun, Bean. Mean like an Ojama? Yeah, kinda. Table 25. Bundy returns. Revenge duel? Sure. I would swallow my pride, I would choke on the rise, but the lack thereof would leave me empty inside. Swallow my doubt and turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. Wanna turn my tender heart in a blender, watch it spin round to a beautiful oblivion. Rendezvous, then I'm through with you. Boom, boom. SoCal is where my mind states, but it's not my state of mind. I'm not as ugly sad as you. Or am I origami? Fold it up and just pretend, demented as the motives in your head. Is there any reason to use citrine or amethyst? Not really. If you don't know, citrine is the Gem Knight who's basically an Archimedes. When he attacks, your opponent can't activate effects. I could see like a few, like if U-Bell was popular in this format, maybe you would want to run that. Although, because it only applies it to himself and not anything that attacks, it's like you wouldn't be able to OTK with it anyway. It's from the much older Gem Knight strategy where it was like every turn you would make a fusion that dealt with whatever they had on the field. And then if they destroyed that, you would be able to fusion summon again next turn because the Gem Knight fusion just keeps coming back. Gem Knight fusions were really like the Invoked of the olden days, just a whole archetype. Where it was just like, what made them strong was that every turn they were putting up a fucking, a fusion monster. And a lot of decks had trouble with a deck that could just make a fusion every turn. And then Amethyst is kind of like, Sapphire. It doesn't have an effect on the field, it has an effect when it leaves the field. When this leaves the field, you could target a card and return it to the hand. Amethyst is return all set spell traps to the hand. And the thing about these days, right, is that, like, if they have spell traps, like, that was, like, slightly more useful in a format where people were playing, like, Dimensional Prison and Mirror Force and stuff. But these days, any set trap they have is something that they can activate at just about any time. I've seen people use Amethyst to finish people off. I think you mean Lapis. Citrine does nothing to you, Bell. Your opponent can't activate it. Doesn't negate the effects. I was talking about specifically the, like, U-Bell in hand that summons itself, like the spirit of U-Bell. Like, if you think they have that, and the field is otherwise clear, then Citrine will stop them from activating it. But as I was saying, only for the one attack. That's all I'm, like, trying to think of, like, are there any other, like, attack-based effects? Like, that's the thing, even if there were, like, if Mirror Force, if there was some kind of attack-based thing in the deck, I feel like Amethyst would be better. But yeah, if they just have U-Bells and Nightmare Pains on the field, then Amethyst doesn't do anything. What you would need to do then is, like, make Prismura and pop the Nightmare Pain. Boom, 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 boom. What is the first verse to, Now I can't even remember the song. It's by... What the heck? Eve 6. Inside Out. Oh, the burn is the first verse? For some reason, I always thought it was the second. A burn like a wicker cabinet, chalk white and oh so frail. I see her time has gotten stale. The tick-tock of the clock is painful, all sane and logical. I wanna tear it off the wall. I hear words in crimson phrases, I think sick like ginger ale. My stomach turns when I exhale. I would swallow my pride, I would choke on the rise, but the lack thereof would leave me empty inside. Swallow my doubt and turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. Wanting my tender heart in a blender, watch it spin round to a beautiful oblivion. Rendezvous, then I'm through with you. Good song, very fun on drums. I wonder if I should be able to find Eve 6, Inside Out, isolated drums. Just the drum track. I wonder if that will get copyright struck. This isn't right. Yeah, that ain't right at all. That's someone else playing the drum track. Okay, what do we got? We got a negate, we got a couple traps. Okay. Get me a thing. And you. Let's get Hollow 4. Hollow, pumpkin swallow, doing stuff and I don't follow. Gem Knight Fusion. Aha! Ho ho! Hadidel! Il pare! My Phantom! He's not gonna catch 'em all! He's not Danny Phantom! Yeah, I get quartz here, right? Yeah. I do a quartz. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Hello. Everyone scatter! Motherfucker! Big fusion. Achiwa. Okay. Brilliant. Didn't I negate you? I did. Okay. You had me scared for a second. Let's see. Chain link 1, this, chain link 2, yeah. Yeah, it's not worth it. Can Gem Knights work with Primite? Probably. Go, Gem Armadillo! Search me the tools. I can't target it, so I think we go you. You. And you. Yeah. Oh. Even better. Okay, so first of all, we do this. Then we go you. You. Oh. Okay. Again, I'm sitting here like, okay, and then if we do that, we'll have enough in main phase 2. I can blow up the Zark and then summon the Lazuli. Okay, I will say that was pretty impressive. Yeah, it didn't take Maxi, it didn't take, fucking, whatchamacallit, Lightning Storm, or Raigeki, or Heavy Storm Duster. Tenpai Deck 2.0, yeah. It's Tenpai, except the combo isn't exactly the same every time. Nope, we just win! Big attack, fuckers! Okay. Tenpai, if it was cool. Maybe we should start with a weaker version. I don't know how to tell you this. This is the weaker version. The stronger version is adding in Fiendsmith so that we have go first combos and follow up in case we forget, and extra tools to summon stuff without using a normal. The stronger version is putting in Artifact Mjolnir so that we can FTK our opponent on the first sign. To be fair, I was playing the Pretzel. That wasn't meta. True. Finally, 11 pi. It is, well, no, it's not that. I was like, it is weird because it was around this time we played Ancient Gears. And I'm like, Ancient Gears, I'm like, it's pretty much like 9 pi, you know? It's not quite as good as 10 pi, but it has basically the same thing. It's a wonderful day for pie. What a wonderful day for pie. Run particle fusion or the Geminis. This is a little bit more skillful than whatchamacallit, than Tenpai, because it requires you to understand more combos and interactions and stuff. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of, like, stuff that we could be using that we aren't, like, it's just the two fusion. I guess Zirconia. We could throw in a Zirconia to be even bigger. Tri-Brigade. Yeah, that is, we gotta change up. Okay, so first of all, this is not beta. This is also, we're playing the version that plays 3 Herald of Orange Light, which is not normal. I guess that's what we could do, chat. Like, if we wanted to play it, if we wanted to play a weaker version of this, we could play, like, less good board breakers. We could play more, like, wacky board breakers. Shadol package. But yeah, we gotta get accessories. They do just have a Gem Knight box. Are there Gem Knight sleeves? I feel like there are. No? Huh. Maybe in solo mode? I've done like every solo mode. The only reason I don't want to start with Shadols is because I used all my UR points to make this. I don't have enough to make Shadols. Someone's really vrooming outside, chat. Is there a fusion deck, or fusion sleeves then? I guess these are kind of purple. This one, we go to the gem deck. No, that's the mausoleum. Pyroxene Cave. These ones seem kind of gem-like. Are there rock sleeves? I don't think so. Rock. Oh, that's definitely a rock. Mate. We don't have the gem turtle yet, chat. So until then, gem cat? Moai Interceptor. Fire. Boo da boo 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 boo. Polymerization. Sure, why not? Shadal fusion. Okay, there's no Gemnite sleeves. Crazy. I know there's an icon. Wallpaper. Do we have the Tempai wallpaper? Oh, we actually don't have enough gems for a wallpaper. I missed it. Oh, because it's lit. I like started at this and went down. It's literally the one right before it. Master Diamond with the fusion, yeah. Oh wait, there's a gem fusion one, even better. Title, Strong Arm. 3-pronged attack. Blistering bolt crashing upon the earth. Awakening. I don't know what the fuck these mean. Moai, because we did the cat for Crystron. Yeah, I think we do Ancient Gears again. It's like Ancient Gears, but with fundamental differences. Regarding ranked duels, they're here. Not what I wanted to go to. Solo mode. Stories. So what do these give you? Lapis, who isn't played anymore. Gem Merchant, who was never played and is arguably not a Gem Knight card. When an Earth normal monster battles, send this, it gains 1,000. It's like the worst honest ever. Oh, and then they just give you the whole fucking deck. Here you go. Enjoy. Fusion Conscription. Legacy Pack tickets. Okay. Yeah, usually, I feel like these days they give you two, whatchamacallit? Two cosmetics, but I guess in this case they give you one cosmetic in the deck. Earth Honest. Ernest. I wonder if he's going to camp. Yeah, we're... Oh, do we have to get all the way to the end? No. But we do have to get to 75 before we get our boy Gem Turtle. Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip. Metal Fusion, let it rip. Do you ever see the Beyblade opening that, like, it has, like, fuck, what is it? It's like dubstep. The, like, dubstep Beyblade. The series where Moses parts the Red Sea with a Beyblade. That was the early... This is like the new one. Let me just... Beyblade intro with swag. No, it's just giving me the regular ones. Do all Beyblade intros. Wow. There's more Beyblade intros than I thought, chat. Here, we're gonna watch this together, chat. We're gonna have fun with the Beyblade intros. Just to give you an idea.
This is our time. This is our moment.
I have not seen this one, chat. Oh, this is just Beyblade. Oh, this is just all the ones for Beyblade Burst. See, I always remember, I remember waking up to Beyblade because my mom would just turn my TV on. And seeing, like, you know, Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip. Beyblade, it's just like, you know, very happy, jaunty guitar music. And this is like, trying to make it seem way more epic than it should be. Why has he got a puppet hand? Yeah, so this is just Beyblade Burst. All intros. All Beyblade theme songs. Yeah, I think this is the one I knew. Very 90s 2000 core. Whoa, man, way past cool. Let it rip, bro. I think it was Metal Fusion. There we go. Yeah, very cheesy, very, very kids-coded. Where's the one? Oh, they're gonna make me look shit up, aren't they? Metal Masters. Same thing, but more.
3, 2, 1, let it rip.
Yeah, you could tell this is like mid 2000s, you know? Just like every anime for whatever reason had a rap theme song.
Strong mind, they will never fade. The one and only Beyblade. Spin on the top. Spin till you drop.
But it's still got that cheesy like intro to it, right? And there's the dramatic one. This is more what I was expecting. Yeah, just like a bunch of pop punk 16-year-old Californian kids singing Beyblade while they strum on guitars.
I hear the world calling out for a hero. Change the games in the day and join the fight. It's our time. Let's go turbo. Beyblade burst collide. Stand your ground.
Excuse me, what? This is from the really serious arc, chat.
It's a new generation. Sticks are eye, only legends will survive. Won't give up, let it rip into battle. Beyblade burst turbo.
It's hard. Powerful hair. There we go. That's what I was expecting.
Gotta find a way to go next level. We got the spin.
There we go. This is the one where it's like, okay, Chad, you've seen every Beyblade intro up until now. You know, they have a certain vibe to them. Check this fucking shit out.
We got the spin. Sun in my hands, ignite the fire. We got the win. Sparking it up, down to the wire. I'm next level, pick it up. Fight your battle, bounce up. Where's that spark? Where's that fire? It ain't there. We got the spin. Sun in my hands, ignite the fire. We got the win. Sparking it up, down to the wire. We got the spin. Here in our hands,
pop
we burn
sound
brighter.
effect.
We got the win. We let it, so we let it. Rip. We let it. Rip. Beyblade. Rip. Beyblade burst. We let it. Rip. Beyblade burst. Surge. We let
It's like, it's got that hint of penis music with like the bubble pop sound effect. It's like, we let it rip, Beyblade, pop. Like and especially the beginning here where it's like this is like strangely artful with like everything else washed out and the characters in like these big like bright colors. Spin, Beyblade. Makes the One Piece rap look like Beethoven. It's like, what the fuck? I remember, I guess, when did this come out? 4 years ago? Comments are turned off. Oh, it's because it's a kid's show or whatever. Oh, wait, they have 2 more intro. Okay, so the question is, after this intro, did they continue this, like, low-key, kind of mumblecore, like, quasi-experimental intro, or did they go back to the original stuff? 3 million views, yeah. Yeah, and then they just went back to like standard ass anime shit. It's like for one, they got the spin. We got the things. We got the fire. We got the spin. Beyblade. Instantly back to the rock. Instantly back to a bunch of kids just like running around.
win the fight, 'cause we are the new generation. And when
We're gonna fight in a very generic way, 'cause we are young and we have friends and we'll keep going until the end. spin around, Beyblade. Oh, let it rip, let it rip, let it rip.
Beyblade Bash.
Oh, okay. They just got fun to like do the intro here. Hold up.
Beyblade Bash. Quad Strike. On a quest to be the best, your journey's just begun. Won't stop, climbing to the top until we're number one. A powerful energy bonds between you and me. Beyblade Burst! Beyblade Burst! Darkness turns to light.
Yeah, this is like an AMV if I ever heard one. I just love like this like Highlander ass intro, like here we are, born to be kings.
Beyblade Burst!
Quad Strike. I'm gonna need to cleanse my ears. Here we are, born to be kings. We're the princes of the universe. Quad Strike. The art house mumble rap was better. I think it's the first time I saw it, I was just like laughing, and now it's like, you know, there's what can I say? There's two Beyblade intros I remember. There's Let It Rip over and over again, and there's the We Got the Spin, Spin, Spin. It's catchy in a way. Oh, I got one more.
One step at a time, no matter how long it takes. I will make the climb, learn from the mistakes I've made. When times are looking tough, I will be looking up to you.
This is like the season 5 like intro where they should be like adults and like the world's post-apocalyptic. It's weird to have this kind of intro and then just have like a kid walk by in like breezy shorts. Just like, yeah, you know.
That'll be the one that I choose. I need
This has like such dire, this is like Evangelion opening.
Sticks and stones will never break these bones. One step at a time, no matter how long it takes. I will make the climb, learn from the mistakes I've made. And I'll prove it to you, prove it to you, prove it to you. Prove it to you, prove it to you, prove it without a doubt. One chance, so I can prove to you. So I can prove to you.
Not gonna lie, 12-year-old me would have lost my fucking mind at that intro. Damn. That's like, that intro, it's not like an amazing song, especially the lyrics was, sticks and stones won't break these bones. Like, they're literally like turning nursery rhyme songs into this, but it's got that epic feel to it. I like that. Again, I feel like you could do that. It has like last season of My Hero Academia kind of vibes. You know, everyone like, you know, it zooms and they're like slowly falling around and walking through the abandoned city and everything. Except it's like a bunch of middle schoolers on their way to the park to play with tops. Let it go, what you want to do the things. It was done by One OK Rock. They're a popular Japanese band. Ah, I can see why. That was the theme in 2020, yeah. Or it was the latest one. Let me look. 1 year ago. That's the theme from Beyblade 2024. Beyblade X Prove. Same one from Sonic Frontier. Hyperdrive. Look, don't pretend Hyperdrive is some, like, work of art.
Going fast makes me feel alive. My heart beats in hyperdrive. Do you think you can win? Only if I lose. Just let destiny choose. I can hear you breathing. I can see you coming. I can feel the wind that's blowing me around. Take a shot at me, running side by side. It's a blur as I go by. I can hear you breathing. I can see you coming. I can feel the wind that's blowing me around. See the sun arise and fire in the sky. Greatness thrusts itself into our lives.
This blew my mind in middle school. See, I'm not sure how many people remember this, but like at the time when GX came out, like if you grew up with the original Duel Monsters, you remember like the original show having this kind of like ancient Egyptian kind of mysterious vibe, and then GX came out, and suddenly it went from like, you know, ba-da-da, this dramatic like card game thing to like chilling out with the crew at the schoolyard. It's like, oh, okay, this is like clearly 100% for kids now. I mean, we didn't get the final season of GX. We didn't know it had like more serious stuff going on or whatever. And so when they went to GX, there was this idea of like they've gone too far in the other direction. Now they're taking it way too seriously. They've got fucking card games on motorcycles for some reason. Like, these are no longer kids playing a game and there's something mysterious. These are like adults treating this as if it's like a life or death situation at all time. I can't hear Joe. Oh, wait. Loud? Is there something else playing? Because it was, yeah. It was, and to the people who grew up with, like, the first Yu-Gi-Oh!, it just seemed... It seemed like it was trying too hard. Sorry, never mind, I clicked on Freddy's link. Yeah. I want an accurate anime adaptation of pre-card game Yu-Gi-Oh! Definitely a vibe shift. And, like, these days... The thing is, these days, we just kind of realize, we've come to accept that, like, every Yu-Gi-Oh! Series just has its own vibe, and that's fine. It's kind of like Power Rangers or Super Sentai. You know, every couple of years, the creators get to do something different with it, and if you don't like it, that's fine. They'll just make another one at some point. 5Ds was fun, honestly. Yeah. Especially, I mean, that's the thing. If you were a kid, like, you probably enjoyed it. It was better written than GX, that's for sure. It had more interesting things. It was trying to do something with it. Honestly, it felt like Zexal. And granted, this is as someone who is like, I've seen like fourth of Duel Monsters, mostly like listening to it as I woke up in the morning before school. Like 10 episodes of GX, and then nothing but like clips and Wikipedia articles for the rest of it. I've never seen any of the other Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows, and I'm not interested in it. But to me, Zexal was the first one that seemed like it was trying to do what they were doing with the original Duel Monsters. Where it was kids just playing a game, having fun, but then there were serious stakes. They got wrapped up with something. But instead of aping off the original card game by going with like ancient magic stuff, it had more of a sci-fi theme. Zexal, I hate the characters. I heard the dub was, like, awful. Absolutely terrible. And I know there's a lot of people like, I watched Zexal and it was clearly for kids. Like, all the shows are for kids. You know, 5Ds may have been a little bit more serious, but it was still, like, rated G and played on, like, the fucking Disney Channel. Dub was painstakingly awful. Didn't they have a deck where they ate tomatoes? I don't know. The main character sounds like SpongeBob. And then Arc 5 is like the epitome. I don't know anyone who was like, oh, for most of Arc 5, people were like, I'm liking this. It's like a celebration of Yu-Gi-Oh's history. It's got all the different things. Like, yeah, the character's a doofus, but everyone points out that he's a doofus, and there's enough, like, side characters that, like, he don't really matter. And then you get to the last season, and it just, like, completely shit the bed. It's like, you know, a lot of people will say that GX was saved by its last season. That really, like, brought it out, and it ended on a high note. And Arc 5 was just, like, the complete opposite. It had pacing issues. Brought back Aster Phoenix so he could continue to throw every game. And then Vrains kind of tried to do what Vrains tried to do what 5Ds did by, like, having older characters in a more serious situation that had some parallels with, like, the real world. And that one was like, it wasn't great, but, like, they had some cool moments. It had some cool moments. It had a couple interesting characters. And then it just got to, like, apparently it changed directors or something. Like, I remember, like, they show the theme song, and, like, in the theme song, they show all these characters next to, like, chess pieces, and kind of hint that there's, like, this broader organization. And then you get to meet, like, the White Queen at some point. And then, like, you never see any of the rest of those characters again. They're just like, fuck it. I is the villain now. Vrains is good because Revolver plays meta nonsense and everyone's so surprised. It's not even that he plays meta nonsense, it's that he plays, like, classic Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That has to be one of the greatest moments of Vrains. And it's the only thing I remember people talking at the time, and I like seeing clips of it. Where it's just like, for weeks leading up to it, there's all these people, they fight Revolver off screen. And to be like, oh, I couldn't beat him. He has this card. It's impossible. Yeah. That was, I think it was the one, he eventually went to die, the Goki guy. And then he goes to fight him, and it's the first time you actually see, like, a full duel of his. And he brings out the, I forget, Link Turret or something, where it's like, your opponent has to Link summon 5 times or they lose the duel. And he's like, this must be the card that everyone was worried about. And he, like, plays his ass off and manages to make a whole field full of Goki Links and then goes to attack. And all Revolver has is, like, the one set card, and he flips it up, and it's fucking Mirror Force. And, like, that was the thing that everyone was worried about. Like, no one fucking expected it. And he baited everyone into doing it because it was like, yeah, he plays a card that says you have to Link summon 5 times, so all you have is attack position monsters, and then you attack in and he flips Mirror Force. Goes, fuck you. And of course he played Rocket, so like at the end phase, everything that was destroyed, he just summons a bunch of rockets. And then I love that, like, you know, the guy who was on Goki is also the guy who plays Dino Wrestlers. Which, Dino Wrestlers, famously terrible, and also, every Dino Wrestler has, like, the Ancient Gear effect of, like, if this attacks, your opponent can't activate spell traps. I think it was Rada who pointed out, like, they literally had a guy whose entire whose entire arc, and it's like, I've met people like this in real life, right? Like, you lose to one card, and you're like, never again. So many stun players are like, you know, I lost to tier limit, now every deck I'm playing fucking Gravekeepers now, I'm playing Macro Cosmos, and this guy was like, I lost to Mirror Force, never again. I'm playing the deck that turns off battle traps. I don't care how relevant they are. I will never be hit with fucking Mirror Force again. It's all he cared about. Mastermind83, welcome, raiding with a party of one. His Chinzo arc. Yeah, and then I believe, what was the other one? Because they had a whole other thing where, like, you know, they're like, oh, he's got more cards than just that Mirror Force. And they're like, I'll just attack in with one monster, and it can't be destroyed. And then he flips Magic Cylinder on it. They make a card that counters... I mean, the whole Dino Wrestler archetype specifically counters Mirror Force and Magic Cylinder. Yeah, so they had that, he flips up Magic Cylinder. And then I believe he had the Magic Cylinder support just for Revolver, where, like, the cylinder is, like, in a gun barrel, like a revolver, and it rotates. So, like, they destroy the one, and he's like, this activates Magic Cylinders! I get to set one from my graveyard, and it can be activated this turn. They should have expected it. His name is Revolver. I forget, he played one other, I think he played, like, Solemn Judgment or something, too, didn't he? There was, like, one other trap where he activated it, and it was just, like, some OG, like, dual monster staple. Mind Crush. Yeah. He played Mind Crush. I'll search this card. No, you won't. Yeah, and so that's like, I've never seen Brains. I've heard that most of it is terrible and the duels aren't all that interesting, but like, you know, I'm a sucker for callbacks, especially when it's like, you know, because again, or not again, but you know, that's something that occasionally happens in real life. Both me and MBT have stories of like, you know, you're playing against what seems like a meta deck and you think everything is fine. And you're like, well, if that set card is in perm, we're good. And you go into attack, and they flip fucking Storming Mirror Force. And you realize your monsters can't be destroyed, but they can be bounced back to the hand. And you just go like, who plays Storming Mirror Force? I've been that guy. And I've been on both sides of that. They gave one of the characters a fuck Trickstar card when he dueled the Trickstar duelist. Okay, anyway, enough rambling. Thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed. We'll be back. We'll be starting this on Thursday. So if you're interested to see it actually popping off, there we go. Looks like we are the third biggest Master Duel streamer. We would be the first biggest, but all that yapping, we lost some people at the end. Who we raiding today? Who we raiding?